writing. We are hopefully going to catch up today, as you can see in the banner above me. Oh, just making sure my microphone is working. Yes, it is. Great. As you can see the banner above me, we are having a streamathon today. For every new Twitch follow or YouTube sub, I'm adding 30 minutes. For every Twitch sub, I'm adding an hour. Stream is small enough that I'm not worried about going overnight with this, but if I do, I like caffeine, so that's good. But as of right now, we are planning on ending at around 4 Eastern. There will be a brief break while I have lunch, and then during every ad break that Twitch has, I am which is once in an hour. I do have something on the stove that I'm going to be stirring, so taking small micro breaks along the way, but that is the game plan for today. Just a reminder, all my streams during the month of November support babydj.org, my charity of choice, and while I don't want you to donate to me, every little bit helps, so go ahead and donate to the charity, babydj.org. There's a link for donations and all that stuff there. And then come back here and watch the stream, sub, do all the fun things. And, do all the fun things, and then come back, and then just lurk or do whatever you can, because all the revenue will then also be donated in early December, like I mentioned a minute ago. So I appreciate anybody who can help out. That's great. If you can just lurk and just chill out and lean back and have the stream on like 10% volume while you go off and do your household things, that would be great too. I don't know if there's anything else to discuss really. If you have any questions, go ahead and let me know. Oh yeah, I also forgot to point out, we do have the quarter page of the story in the corner. If you want to see more, just encourage more people to come by and just encourage more people to come by and watch. The more people that watch, the more visibility the page gets. So 5 viewers gives us half a page, 10 viewers gives us a full page. Alright, and without further ado, it looks like I got a new follower at some point. Oh no, that was just the one. Okay. Alright, cool. But yeah, so the follower that I got was from 6 days ago. So I'm pretty sure I said it already, but thank you, Giselle Dut, for the follow 6 days ago. Unfortunately, that's not going to count toward today's timer, but that's cool. And you can tell when I'm planning on ending the stream by looking at the ticker below. It's at the end of the ticker. Alright. So, what else? I think that's it. I did get some running done offline. Currently Deja is meeting the king of Princia, Fornea, all of that jazz. So let's, and really, the night I took off, the Wednesday night, I was toasted. I read back my stuff on on Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense at all. If you go into the Discord, you'll see what I mean. It's pretty bad. But, pulling up my hair real quick. Get to writing. Let's see, okay, so, and there are like little commands that you can do too. I don't have those currently pinned or announced or whatever, but but you can like get me to do certain things. They are in the cards above, and or there's like a few options in the ticker below, and those are primarily for novel writing. Okay, so let's read back on the last couple of paragraphs. One man, dressed from his neck to his feet in what looked like a material similar to the plush seats. One man stepped forward. The top was a green coat sitting over a button-up shirt of some sort that came all the way to his neckline. The pants were simple and black. The shoes, also, were simple and black. The man's voice belied his thin frame, speaking in a volume that echoed through the chamber. Allow me to introduce the Foreseen, Deja of Parleth, to our great king. King Mentier of Praencia. I want to extend his title a little bit. The Lord Ruler of Bornea and Arbiter of Peace for all adjoining nations. I don't think I spelled arbiter correctly. No, I did not. It's an E, not an O. Okay. He finished with a flourish of a bow and stepped back. He didn't quite join the onlookers of the court, but stood close enough that Deja had a feeling he could hear all of their gossip. In reaction to his announcement, however, Deja took a respectful bow in front of the king. She didn't go too low for fear of the wig slipping off of her scalp, but she ensured didn't go too, but as she put down her head, but she didn't go too, but she felt comfortable bending so that her head was lower than where her shoulders typically were. Okay. And let's see. Shoulders typically were. Her eyes were lowered for just a moment before sweeping back up to look at the king sitting in his throne. He looked like a man who had already done far too much in the mid-morning hours. His blonde hair was swept back and held in place by the ornate, though short, gold and silver crown that rested on his head. There were jewels of all sorts of colors, outlined, embedded within the metal. Although the woman couldn't see the crown too clearly, the crown's details from where she stood, she had no doubt that there were floral designs engraved within, as evidenced by the other floral details that were adorning the walls and features of this castle. right. I'm gonna test something really quickly, so just 1 second. I'm just being very nosy. This is actually isn't a real thing, but I just make sure that I get this in the YouTube chat. So thank you for indulging my curiosity. That is not accurate. Okay. So let me disable that. Try something else. Click on the wrong thing. Yeah, I did. Okay. So let me test this. Okay, great. That's perfect. I do need to clean up a code real quick, but that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I didn't say it in the intro, but in the I didn't say in the intro, but in the in Instagram, I did make a note that there would be some bumps along the way as I cleaned up some of the follow sled count stuff. I don't have stream elements enabled for the widgets here, so I'm just literally relying on chat to let me know when I find something new. Okay, back to writing. Alright, there were jewels of all sorts of colors embedded within the metal. Although the woman couldn't see the crown's details too clearly from where she stood, she had no doubt that there were floral designs engraved within, as evidenced by the other floral details that she had seen. There we go. Adorning the walls and features of the castle. All right. The king's skin was merely porcelain, giving the warrior an impression that he had never been outside for more than a moment. At any given point in his life, she idly wondered how the title of Arbiter of Peace could be applied if he never had any field experience. He probably relied heavily on his knights. On the king's person was a robe designed from a material that seemed similar to the plush of the throne and the announcer. This robe was yellow in color and had embroidery. One sec. Alright, and had embroidery also in a floral design. throughout the fabric. Beneath the robe, he wore a simple linen shirt, a white shirt that looked different than the linens she had seen others wearing. More, I'll say silky, but I don't want to use the word silky. Not as coarse. It didn't seem as coarse or threadbare as a regular linen shirt could be. The pants too seemed different. They were of a thicker material and hung around his legs in a way that made Deja think that had he not been the king, he was not eating well. The king's additionally, the king's shoes were of a material that reminded Deja of some sort of treated leather. I won't actually say boots. No, we'll go with shoes. Some sort of treated leather. But it was a black, there's a black treatment that, oh, just a heads up to my Twitch viewers, there is an ad coming in about 5 minutes. Okay, but it was black treatment that left the material, I want to say super shiny, but that doesn't seem like it. With an unbelievable shine, once again giving Deja the feeling that this ruler barely left his castle. There's a black treatment that left the material that ended at the man's ankles with an unbelievable shine that ended, I want to say just above the lords. Sorry. All right. And this is just for editing notes. Technically later, the pants hung over the shoes just enough that she could see that if he stood, they would rest just above his feet, but from where she was bowing, she could make out a part of the Lord's lower leg. My lord? I don't think she wants to say my lord. Your Highness is what she'll probably say. Sorry, I've got a cat yelling at me. What's up, buddy? Okay, I hear you. He's not coming toward me at all. Okay, that's fine. Your Highness. She greeted as she bowed. And he's gone. Maybe he was just saying good morning. Good morning, buddy. Deja of Cartlath. He greeted her with a deep voice that she was not expecting. I have heard much about you and the visions that were given. I have heard much about you and or should I say the Foreseen. I have heard much about yeah, we'll go with that. Or should I say the Foreseen, as we are all required to do in the lands beyond, in the lands of the nation. Of the continent. I'm gonna go continent. In the lands of the continent. The woman winced, thinking that there was some sort of international mandate regarding how to address her. Heeding the reminder. Here we go. He didn't bother to address her once, but instead said, "Stand. We have heard much about you and your preparations for your eventual destiny. Stand. We have heard much about you and your preparations for your eventual destiny. We are excited." This sounds like a ChatGPT generated email. Not gonna lie. Alright, sorry. We have heard much about you and your preparations for your eventual destiny. We are excited to be involved in your training, however we may see fit. What brings you here to our fair kingdom? Alright. My desk, my keyboard over here, because I think you guys can hear my keyboard quite easily. And I'll turn this a little bit more this way. I don't know if the keyboard sounds are great for you guys or not, but let me know how you feel about it. I can adjust as needed, maybe. We'll see. I can't perform miracles, but I'll do what I can. Okay, anyway, what brings you to our fair kingdom? Deidre cleared her throat. Deidre stood as instructed and cleared her throat. Oh. Alright, so there is an ad running right now for the Twitch viewers. I'm going to step away from the computer for just a moment, and I will be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I am back. Okay. So, yeah, I was just starting my stock. I got stock in the I'm upset with you again. Hey buddy, what's up? Probably smelling the turkey stock and wants some. But no, not for you, buddy. I did just do a clear throat. I am thankful to have this opportunity to address you, Your Highness. She greeted him as cordially as she could, mimicking what she had seen previously within the throne room of King Hyson. I double-checked the name yesterday. King Hyson of Karlath. King Hyson of Karlath? Nope, King Hyson of Karlath. Oh, did I get my name? Yeah, Mitre. Okay. Mimicking what she had seen previously within the throne of King Hyson of Karlath. To address you, Your Highness, I have come from my kingdom Sorry, I'm easily distracted today. I've come from my kingdom to seek an audience with your fair kingdoms. With your fair kingdoms, men of science, so that I may learn new and innovative ways so that I may learn new and innovative ways to protect the lands. Her back tensed, waiting for the king's answer. There were several moments of silence as he regarded her and formulated an answer with an answer for her. Finally, he spoke. I understand that the circumstances of you leaving Karlath are not without, what's the word? Scrutiny. It's another word for drama. Are not without problems. Maybe scrutiny. Are not without. Let's see, I understand that the circumstances of you leaving Karlath are not. Let's see. Not without controversy. There we go. Controversy. Tensed a little more at his words, though she was prepared prepared to explain, he continued. This is dumb. Please explain. Please explain what and why you led your forces on a chase through the Sylark Wood into the grasslands, into conflict with our men, and final. Please explain why you led on a chase through Sylark Wood into the grasslands and into a conflict with our men, and finally into a conflict with our men, so you could. Oh boy. And finally into conflict with our men, so you could find a way to bring peace to the lands. Deja grimaced. My apologies for any unnecessary bloodshed for any parties involved. She offered the condolences. Clashes were never my intention before leaving. That's a lie. Anyway, clashes between our kingdoms. Here we go. Yeah, that should probably be a better phrase. Clashes between our kingdoms were never my intention when I was leaving my nation. She swallowed. As you know, Karlath is not known for its international behavior. She wouldn't know a lot of fancy words, so I'm trying not to say demean or things like that. For any parties, clashes between our kingdoms were never my intention when I was leaving my nation. As you know, Karlath is not known for being friendly to the other nations. And although I have petitioned more than once to travel the lands, it was always denied for fear that I may run into trouble despite my being trained for situations of trouble. Zach. Situations that involve trouble. There we go. That involve trouble. Excuse me. Involve trouble. As you know, Karlath is known for being friendly to other nations, and although I have petitioned more than once to travel the lands, it was always denied for fear that I may run into trouble despite my being trained for situations that involve trouble. She hesitated a moment, deciding how she wanted to discuss the next part, but at the urging hand of the king, she decided to continue as strict told. Or as you could. But as a result, once I learned from my guardian, Keshif, that the kingdom of Praencia had this thing called science that I could utilize in my efforts against the darkness. I decided that I would not ask for permission. I would simply go. Another brief pause before she continued. I poisoned my guardian. A temporary paralysis, so I could escape and get some distance between the castle and myself. Actually, it's the palace for them. Between the palace and myself, before he would be able to alert the guards and come after me. I cut my hair and adjusted my appearance. To blend in with the guard, which is why you were wearing their typical infantry garments. The king interjected. Yes, she acknowledged with a nod. She acknowledged with a nod. Okay, yes, she acknowledged with a nod. I was able to obtain some garments through trickery. She omitted the bloodshed. That was involved. They didn't need to know about that. I was able to obtain some garments through trickery. But when I attempted to infiltrate the border patrol, they sent me to the east instead of the west. I wasn't going to fight anyone. So I did as I was told. And as soon as I saw an entrance from the desert into the mountains, I took it. Alright, one sec. I took it. She exhaled, recalling the fight that got her in contact with Farah. I found a guide, and she led me west to the grasslands. From there, many things happened, including some infighting between the tribes of the Skylark, but before, including when that kind of all settled, and I was able to make it to the border. There was, and I was able to make it to the border. Was she? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah. I won't go into detail, but I was found by my guards, but I was found by my guards. I won't go into detail, but I was found by my guards. And we traveled. And when we traveled to the border, we discovered that your people and my people apparently got into a conflict. And your people had won. The guards who were with me got into another conflict with a handful of your guards, and once again, your kingdom was the victor. She trailed off. There was someone who claimed to have a Carlathian dignitary waiting for my return. There's someone from one of the tribes, who claimed to have a Carlathian dignitary waiting for my return back in the wood. The guards who had bested your guards. The guards gave her time to bring the dignitary to us, but she never showed up with him within that time frame. So we broke camp and returned and made our way to this kingdom. To this kingdom. Actually, she did show up eventually, but it was well after the deadline had passed, and she attacked your men to try to get at me. She might be embellishing a little bit, that's fine. And she attacked your men to try to get at me. The woman prisoner you brought back became surmised. Yes. Asia answered with a nod. Asia answered with a nod. The rest to his question. For the end goal of peace, you certainly brought a lot of destruction. You certainly left a lot of destruction in your wake, he explained. Who is to say that you won't? We've sent our seers to you when you were a babe, and I don't doubt that you are our Foreseen. But let me be clear, the methods you are using worry me. Let me be clear, the methods you are using worry me. What guarantee do we have that you won't take the methods that our men have come up with and use it against perceived enemies? Perceived enemies in pursuit of the actual enemy. Aisha furrowed her brows in confusion. Do you have... Excuse me. You have methods... You have methods of weaponry that were developed just for the darkness. The king shook his head. I apologize. Let me be clear. Let me be clearer. Without intending to, you resulted in at least one of your nation's contingence's death. That doesn't sound right. Without intending to, you've resulted in at least in the deaths of multiple people. I apologize, let me be clearer. Without intending to, you've resulted in the deaths of multiple people just from your action of leaving your country. You might not have held the blade that made the massacre, but it was all done due to your actions. I have a concern that should our secrets of innovation be shared with you, something will come along and force you to use it on others who might not deserve those secrets. That might not deserve those secrets. Something will come along and force you to use it on others who might not deserve those secrets. And from there, the secrets will keep spreading. And become dangerous in the hands of people who weren't meant to use them. Something come along and not deserve those secrets. And from there, the secrets will keep spreading and become dangerous and weren't meant to use them. Foreseen's first instinct was to say that she was meant to use those secrets. It was her birthright, after all. Instead, she tempered her desire to call out and instead asked her voice strained from my brain doesn't want to work, sorry. Really strained from. Her voice strained. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say from what. What can I do to prove that I am worthy of learning some of these new science weapons? Shoot, I forgot how to spell his name. Sorry, I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. Mint ear. King Mintier's face lit up. Apparently, this was the question, the response he had been hoping for. There are two things that I would request that you do before. There are two things that I request that you do before I allow you to meet with our men of science. Easy. First, I would like you to spar with one of our best knights. First, you've already met Tufan. And while I am our best knight captain, and while under other circumstances I would have you spar against him, I am afraid that he has requested not to fight. Requested not to spar against competency. Actually, apparently did pretty good. Anyway, his request not to bargain due to trials of competency. I don't know why. I do not know why. So please don't ask. You will need to speak with him regarding that. He shook his head as he spoke. Instead, I will have you spar against Sir. Ooh, this is really good. Okay. I'm kind of seeing like threads snaking out from this, although I don't want that particular link to happen until the second book, which this book is already humongous. But anyway, instead, I'll have you spar against Sir. Now I need a name, guys. Names are hard. Oh, I like Everett, but I want it to be okay. Everett. Ha ha ha. Instead, I'll have you spar against Sir Everett. He is one of our knight trainers. And might even be able to teach you a thing or two. The woman's brow quirked at the comment. Who could teach her new combat techniques? Though, if her new combat techniques, though if there was something out there that she wasn't aware of, she would gladly welcome it. I look forward to sparring with him. She responded. Who would the second? What would the second request be? I request that you meet with one of our seers. Ooh, and that could be the thread about Tia. Ooh, I like it. Okay, anyway. I request that you meet one of our seekers. He explained. Just to confirm specifically that you learning our knowledge won't bring unintentional consequences. Alright, I think that's a good chapter end. What do you guys think? Yep. Alright. Let me go ahead. Let's do a word count thingy madoogie. Okay, that worried me. Okay, 44K. Nice. So we're about 1,000 in. We're about a little more than 1,000 in. Nice. Okay. So let's go down. Okay. Whose point of view will we go with now? I kind of want to do Deja. I want to continue Deja's day in the castle. But I also kind of want to go back to Nick and Farah. Luca, we're not going to see the rest of the book. We will see more of Lamim. Might change it to Lamil, but in due time. Alright. Let's see. Let me add a word here. Oh, well, you guys could hear me do my hand sanitizer. Microphone is so sensitive, guys. Let me turn down the gain just a little bit. If it becomes a problem, I'll fix it. Okay, if there's a problem, let me know. Alright, but yeah, we'll go back to Deja and Nick. Yeah, they were going to go straight north. That's right. Not Deja and Nick, Farah and Nick. So... Actually, I'm gonna be right back. Hold on, please. Sorry about that, y'all. Stuff happened and I have to take care of it. It may not happen throughout the day. I'm gonna be completely honest. Yeah. So, trying to figure out what we're gonna do for this chapter. Excuse me. So got all right. Yeah, I got it. All right. I'll just start writing and see where it goes. The two had traveled due north for a better portion of the morning. And were making what they felt. This feels weird as using these words, but that's fine. That's what editing is for. What they felt to be good progress. They were making what they felt to be good progress. Oh, excuse me. They were making what they felt to be good progress on their journey. Possibly even hitting the northern mountains by the morning of the next day if they decided not to take any stops to rest. However, more than once, the smell of ash carried the wind forced them to pause and take stock of their surroundings. And though the initial what's the word I'm looking for? Although the initial checks, the initial scouts, the initial excuse me. Now the initial sorry guys, words are failing me today. And although the initial something, the initial pauses to scout were met by nothing, Sarah had to speak up on the pause that they were currently taking. On the pause, they no. Won't switch it to the current moment just yet. Had to speak up on a pause they took close to the point where the sun was highest in the sky. I see red. Flames were getting close. As a result, they worked their horses as long as the horses were healthy, remained healthy, and the terrain certain, they would be able to outrun the flames. For a time, they'd be able to outrun the flames for as long as they keep right. For as long as they keep moving. Outrun the flames for as long as they can. As long as they kept moving. I see red in the distance. The flames were close. As a result, they were their horses harder, moving northwest now. So as long as the horses remained healthy and the terrain certain, they would be able to outrun for as long as they needed to. For as long as they needed to. As long as they needed to. I'm speaking, yeah, let's new paragraph it. Speaking with the man from Karlath this morning, Farah had no doubt in her mind that their goal was to incinerate. Oh no, it's already begun. Still have 5 hours left. Yawns, stop it. Stop it, yawns, stop it. The entire forest. They needed to leave as quickly as they possibly could. They needed to leave as quickly as they possibly could. Hopefully, the other tribes would be. Hopefully, the other. Able to evacuate as well. More importantly, they would be able to put aside their differences and fight back against Karlath. Excuse me. Fight back against Karlath. For now, survival was the only card they could play. It was the only goal for the two of them. Sorry, my brain's just trying to wake up. I probably need more coffee. Actually, I don't need more coffee. I don't normally have extra coffee on Fridays. I'm gonna stay up too late. I just probably need to more active. That's fine. Or if I go for the window, but I don't want to do that either for personal reasons. But hey, look, you guys got the warning that there's an ad incoming. Is it already almost 5 minutes? Or 5 minutes till the next thing? Interesting. Look at something. do that. Okay. So I'm going to actually do it now. Milliseconds. Alright, that's coming up in a minute for y'all on Twitch. Or if I just mess things up. But we'll find out. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot to do a different window. Sorry. Okay. But for now, survival was the only goal. Early into the afternoon, Sarah could feel the force given from Nick's Serogi. Early into the afternoon, Farrah could feel the force she would get from Nick's Serogi tribe. Starting to slow down in her pace. Nick. Hold out. Right, give me 1 sec, guys. Twitch is currently running an ad, it looks like, so I'm going to go ahead and we'll be right back again and do my stir my turkey chicken. I will be right back. Should take All right, and we're back. Sorry about that. I had to taste this stock and I refilled my water, and yeah. But I am back. And so let's go ahead and get to more writing. I think she called out. The man, now several yards ahead of her on his horse, slowed his pace and turned to face her. His eyes started from her to the forest behind her. Since he visually relaxed his posture, actually start giving her a new spelling now. I'll go back through and edit it in other contexts, but for now I'll go ahead and give her this one. Since he visually relaxed his posture, Sarah knew that they had outrun the flames, at least for now. The horse, she started to explain, patting the girl's neck. She's tired. She probably doesn't get out as much as your horse does. So she's not used to running a long time. We need to stop and rest for a while. Or at least go slowly before she can begin to ride hard again. One sec. My hand sanitizer makes noise on the stream. I'm gonna open it on the other side of the desk. And hope. Okay, anyway, where was I? We'll need to stop and rest for a while, or at least go slower before she can begin to ride hard again. Oh, I think I just heard it in my husband's speakers. Dang it. I tried. Okay, Nick looked concerned and gave a nod of approval. Let's rest and get some water in us at least. He explained. He suggested, not explained. He suggested was curl up a bit so you guys have something to read. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Look, concerned and gave a nod of approval. Let's rest and get some water in us, as he suggested. Sarah nodded her own agreement and slipped off of the horse. I think there's a stream somewhere nearby, she said. eyes grew wide with the realization that the fire wasn't moving as fast as it could in optimal circumstances. The weather's been calm now. He tried to argue, slipping off of his own horse. It doesn't mean it can't change. I don't even remember what kind of season I think fall-ish. It doesn't mean it can't change. Unless they have fog. We've had several times when calm days are replaced by very violent ones. You know this. I don't pay much attention to the weather. He did. Not too much attention to the weather. He did. Okay. It's a good habit to get into. Sarah explained to lead her horse. Explained leaning against a tree as she undid the top to her water flask. It was getting low. Well, they would need to refill soon. She exhaled. Honestly, we do get violent weather. I'm hoping before the time that rains 4 hours. I'm hoping for the time that rains 4 hours to put out those fires. That would be ideal. Nick agreed before taking a swig of his flask. What is it called? Flask? What is it called? Water skin. His water. Water skin. The ideal. Nick agreed before taking his water. Alright. Brain's not wanting to cooperate, sorry y'all. The ideal. Silence filled the air around the two as they took the brief flowers. She put the stopper back onto her water skin and tied it to her belt. I think we've rested long enough. She proclaimed, "It only felt like a few minutes." Nick complained. If it begins to rain, we'll take a longer break. She promised. Of forces reigns. And beginning to lead her once again to the northwest. Find that, she called over her shoulder to the man who was still leaning against a tree. If we can find a creek, if we can find a clean source of water, we'll take another short break to refill our skins. Alright, so that's a pretty good scene break. I won't chop up the chapter just yet. Okay. Do I want it from Farrah's point of view still, or do I want it from I'll hear a couple popping noises. So I'm just working things off with my calendar real quick. Alright. I'm still debating who I want. Okay. I think I know what I want to happen during this segment. I don't know what point of view we're going to go from. I'm gonna get the 50,000 words and then I'll start wrapping it up. So I am just gonna probably do fillers. So we'll do Nick's point of view now. It was a few more hours before they found a stream suitable enough to take another short break. As Nick knelt down by the water, allowing the clear liquid to flow into and fill his leather water skin, he looked up at the woman only a few feet away, doing the same for her water skin. Do you think Shillelagh? That's a weird name, but we'll go with it. Shillelagh. Do you think Shillelagh has regained Would I try again? He asked. Shillelagh? Sarah looked at him with confusion. Your horse. He clarified for her. Oh. She said, looking over at the chestnut mare. Not mare. Chestnut horse. What do horses do when left alone in the forest? So looking at the chestnut horse that was not moving so much that it looked like a doll? No, that didn't work. She looked over at the chestnut horse. Who was currently grazing on some bush leaves. She might be. In a minute. I think we should start writing again. Back up, travel on foot. I think we should start writing again. Nick suggested. If she's recovered enough, we can suggested. We haven't seen the flames since this morning, but I don't think they've stopped. This morning, but I don't think they've stopped. Suggested. We haven't seen the flames since this morning, but I don't think they've stopped. Since we were on foot, there's a good chance they've covered a lot of ground between us. They're nodding a lot, and I don't like it. Nodded her head in agreement. I agree. I don't think we should ride hard unless we catch more whiffs of the ashes. Once we catch the scent of ash in the air, the strong scent, noticeable, very hard, but walking, but riding would be faster than walking and would allow us to escape the woods. Escape faster. Escape. Nick raised an eyebrow in her direction. What do you mean? I thought you were talking about rejoining your tribes. Sarah shook her head. we hope to eventually rejoin the tribe. The scouts we were looking for are most likely already accounted for by them. Were lost to the fire. What we need to do now is escape any likelihood of getting caught. Writing to say that I hope your channel continues to grow. Your simplistic style of videos reminds me of what it used to be. Well, thank you, Mega Kazuya. I appreciate that. Definitely would not mind some growth, that's for sure, although it's mostly a hobby of mine. What we need to do now is escape any likelihood of getting caught by that lost flame. Any likelihood of getting caught by that lost flame. Once we're safe and out of the woods, we can try to rejoin anyone else who has also escaped. Maybe there was, I just don't recall writing about it. That he hadn't realized there was a likelihood that he would not be reunited with his family and tribe. He hadn't realized there was a likelihood he would not be reunited. Instead, he had relied on the fact that he would be with Farah, the scout, to be able to rejoin them sometime in the future after this had all been taken care of and passed. Still within the confines of the silent wood. Somehow in his imagination, confines of the silent wood. He'd get Farah out of the wood, as he promised the elder. But after that, just imagined walking back into his tribe's encampment, wherever it sat after running the forest fire. Now, with Farah's words echoing in his mind, he realized that his sister's fear. Oh shoot, Nita. His sister's. That Nita. Sister not right with her fears. They might not be able to reunite. They might not be able to reunite. After all, he had tried to bolster her with the promise of stories of adventure, but he didn't realize that those stories might take longer to gather than he had previously imagined. One second. I put my phone on mute. Yeah. Sorry, my brain's doing all the brainy things. And I'm easily getting cuckoo. Looks like we got another subscriber today. It didn't put it in the cards, but I will go ahead and throw that up. So we're going to end at 4:30 so far today. That could change. Alright. Sticker's been updated. Unfortunately, YouTube subscriptions aren't always reliable when it comes to APIs, so I did just take that moment to double check that. Anyway, scroll down accidentally. There we go. Now, Farrah's words echoing in his mind, he realized that Nita, his sister, might have been right with her fears. They might not be able to reunite after all. He had tried to bolster her, but he didn't realize the stories might take longer together than he previously imagined. He had to get back to his family as soon as possible. He realized that he wanted to as soon as possible. My brain. Where do you expect us to escape from? He asked, putting the lid back onto his water skin. Where you do? Where do you? Farrah shook her head. This woman, this darkness, was going to tear him away from his family. He realized and be done with this woman as nice as she generally. Where do you expect us to escape from? He asked, putting the lid back on his water skin. Farrah shook her head. Where are we going up? She said. She shrugged. She looked around. Then followed the street, and then she said she looked around and then follow the stream. He suggested. Water is likely coming from one of the more mountains. Doesn't the forest have lakes that produce these streams? Interest? A few, but they're not very large. They wouldn't produce, and the streams they make don't tend to travel far. She explained. Those are mostly filled by the rains. If we don't have rain, those streams, those lakes, don't cause streams. Okay, those lakes don't cause streams. Rain, those lakes don't cause streams. Nick said he spending much of his time in the encampment learning how to heal and mend. He truly didn't know a lot. He truly didn't know much about the nation he grew up in, aside from what herbs could be found where. Even when the camp did their infrequent moves, I don't know how to spell infrequent, guys, I'm sorry. Even when the camp did moves, he mostly focused on the plant life, not the overall ecosystem. He could kick himself, not realizing importance. He could kick himself for not realizing the importance of the wider knowledge earlier in his life. Wider knowledge in his life. So if we have the stream here, he started to deduce what Farah was saying. So if we have the stream here, he starts to deduce what Farah was saying. Then if we follow the stream, we should make it to the base of the Northern Mountains. Sarah nodded. That is is exactly what I'm thinking too. Another nod, dang it. That is exactly what I'm thinking as well. She affirmed his suggestion. Plus, the horses get tired. As we ride, they'll be able to immediately stop and get a drink if they need one. They would appreciate that. Standing, beginning to mount his horse, whose name I've already forgotten. Well, that's forgotten a while ago. Alright, so that was a good chapter. We're gonna jump back to Deja. 48. This one is gonna be her fighting. This one's gonna be at dusk, just for ambience. The trainer, the night trainer, was busy throughout the day and could not make time to see Deja. Yeah, there we go. For a sparring match. The trainer was busy throughout the day and could not make time to see Deja for a sparring match. The woman figured she would do the next best thing short of waiting until he had availability. Alright, what now? Until he had availability. The man, well built and well tanned, telling the Foreseen that he did spend a lot of time outdoors in physical movement. The man, well built and well tanned. Oh shoot, I forgot what his name was. Sir something. Everett. The night trainer, Sir Everett. Man, well built and well tanned, telling Foreseen that he did spend a lot of time outdoors in physical movement. Nearly dropped his plate of, because it's Thanksgiving, of turkey legs, of turkey leg and grapes as soon as he saw her sitting in his seat. This was no accidental claiming of his chair. He specifically had it hidden in a room. This is no accidental claiming of his chair. He specifically had it hidden in a room just this was not accidental cleaning of his chair. He specifically had it hidden in a room. According to the chamberwoman that Deja acquired, apparently this man likes to spend time alone when he wasn't busy training the up and coming knights of the kingdom. Stood and held one hand behind her back and swept the other down, giving the knight trainer a courteous bow. Once she stood, she held out a hand to shake. I am Deja of Karlath. She introduced herself. But you may call me the Foreseen. Alright, so you guys have a blank page. There you go, a few lines for you. But you may call me the Foreseen. Do I want to script this out, or do I want to just, like, I like having the gap there. I think I kind of like it as a cliffhanger type thing. So yeah. I am Deja of Karlath. She introduced herself. Wearily, the man ate his food as the woman sat next to him, watching him eat. The room, with the exception of slow chewing, these sips, the hidden room was silent. Even the bugs that make noise was silent. Even the bustle of the city outside of the castle's walls, somewhat inaudible during the day, fell into silence. As the night fell. Finally, he snapped at her. Are you going to watch me eat my entire meal? Oh wait, I need to make a note that she still has her wig on. That's very important. Because I hate this freaking wig, and she does too. But she has to wear it because society. Give him a courteous bow. Been muted this entire time? I am so sorry. I don't know what happened. I know I paused or muted the mic a while ago to I'm pretty sure I heard myself one. I don't know what happened. I apologize for putting muted this entire time though. I paused the microphone to say bless you to somebody in the house, and I thought I muted, but that's on me. I apologize if it's been longer than a little bit though. So sorry about that. That's embarrassing. I have rambled so much I don't even know what to go back and re-talk about. Anyway, let's just get to writing and ignore this little snafu, shall we? Something like that. You just stated confidently. The king thinks it would be a good idea, and I'm going to keep writing through this next ad break because I do see this in about 17 minutes. So, yeah. Anyway, something like that, DJ stated confidently. The king thinks it would be a good exercise for you and I to spar in front of your trainees. I forgot to mention that last night. Alright, now to get them fighting. Ha ha ha, let them fight. The sky was cloudless, and the only sound could be heard within the arena was the occasional slurp of air a nervous viewer was taking. Is that how it would go? I think it's how it would go. Anyway. Was taking. I want to say onlooker as opposed to viewer. The air was dry, the sky was clear, it was cloudless. The only sound that could be heard within the arena was the occasional slurp of air, and the nervous onlooker was taking. Sir Everett broke the silence and echoed. Another death? Are you too afraid? And does the suit of armor not fit you well enough? I'm actually going to change that sentence a little bit. He just smirked. It suits me just fine. Slowly, keeping her eyes on her opponent, she drew the sword. It was a measured, calculated draw. If she was too fast, she wouldn't. If it was too fast, the armor on her body would likely. If she was too fast, it would cause her to be about. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Cause her to be imbalanced and might end up flinging the sword somewhere unintended. Unbalanced. I think flinging. Ooh. Anyway. trainer chuckled. If that's what you wish. He dashed forward. He dashboard? No, not dashboard. Also, how is his... Should I say? I'm thinking. Does this hit? Sorry. Really hard right now. But it's fine. That's what you wish. He drew his sword. As well. And held it. And like her, he held it in his hands. However, instead of holding it in front of his body defensively, out to the side and down. On guard. He yelled, taking an explosive leap toward her. She pivoted to deflect his first attack. The sword. Sorry, yeah, you can't see me, but I'm like actually start trying to. Sword. Her arms wobbled under the force of his attack, and the weight of her armor, but she still managed to pull her arms up again in a defensive position. Meanwhile, Sir Everett did not slow his momentum. He was knocked back by Asia's dodge, but instead of stumbling, he allowed his body to carry through the motion and pivoted on his foot, coming around again to attack Asia on the other side without pause. Without pace, without pause. He just strafed this time, parrying his attack. She had no confidence in her balance and opted not to drop or leg sweep. She had no confidence in her balance and opted not to drop or leg sweep. Parrying his attack. Instead, Instead, once his sword was no longer coming at her, she pressed the advantage. Not the advantage. She doesn't have an advantage. She pressed the momentum and took another step toward him, bringing the sword up almost horizontal with his throat. He didn't pirouette. He didn't pirouette this time. Instead, he didn't pirouette this time. Neither did he blink at the sword levied against him. Instead, he brought his arms up and around, up and in a wide circle. Arms up. He brought his arms thrown back by her latest parry. Down and around. Coming down and around, swinging for her stomach. Swinging for her midsection. She knew her midsection wasn't vulnerable. Neither did she want to gamble, risk, reward. Neither did she want to allow him the first blow. Abandoning her threat, she backed away from his swing. Her body was already getting tired. This won't do. She had to finish this quickly. She backed away from her swing. No, her legs began to shake with the movement, and her breathing was coming out heavier. Her body was already getting tired. This should happen and hope that he wasn't seeing her exhaustion. We're gonna I want to have fight scenes. I'm terrible at them, but I want to have them. His arms. Whether or not he knew how tired she was, he pressed the attack. No way out of this for her. She's doomed. Doomed! Swinging the sword to her neck, much as she did to him. Her sword rose to parry it, but his momentum was stronger and pushed her blade awkwardly back to the point where she let go of it with her left hand, without the support to carry the heavy blade. It toppled from her grip. The sword suddenly freeing itself? That's not the word I want to use. The sword suddenly gone. The weight she had been supporting against was no longer there, and oh gosh, you think I know how physics worked? Apparently not. She had been supporting against, and she flew forward. And she taught and she flew forward, her body thrown against the man. I wasn't expecting his attack to have this effect. Well, I don't know what he's expecting. We're not in his brain. This was a move, albeit unintended, that Sir Evert apparently did not account for. With her body against his, with her weaponless body suddenly pressing up against his. He pulled away immediately. You should realize, for a brief moment, Asia was confused. Attacked her. He didn't. With her weaponless, and oh, that looks weird, but that's for editing. With her weaponless and so close to his weapon, he could have easily had the win, but she didn't. He's supposed to teach her new stuff too, unfortunately. But he didn't. Claim it. Did he kill that for her? No. She realized the move was unexpected. visible that she was visibly shaking as she moved now. Still, she needed to retrieve her weapon and finish the fight. Though, did she really need to use her weapon to finish the fight? As long as it was clearly over, that's what mattered, right? She hadn't donned the heavy armor sword out of any sort of gentleman's agreement. She just wanted to meet the knight instructor at his level. Granted, it was a level she was not comfortable with. Granted, she was not comfortable with. But now that they had the first blows out of the way, maybe it would be okay to finish the fight in a way that was more comfortable. Shedding the armor wasn't an option. There were other ways to fight. Her initial plan was to walk backward and retrieve the lost weapon. But now, oh man, sure, let's walk backward and retrieve the lost weapon. But now, he was coming up with a different idea. He had only been away from her for a moment. But if she could, and it was enough to see him directly into him. But if she could get within the range of his weapon, she wouldn't need to worry about the sword. She could find some other way to best him. She took a step closer. He swung the sword. The sword? He swung the sword, going in a wide arc. In an attempt to hit her if she jumped away. Instead, after a second of confusion, he swung. Instead of jumping away, she pressed her. She pressed the balls of her feet into the soil and up and pushed she stumbled with the combined momentum of her attempted sprint and his swinging sword. It wasn't graceful, and she would feel the bruise for days to come. She was now within range of his arms. She didn't allow herself to stop. Sweet collapse was the sensation that filtered through Deja's body as she toppled to the ground with Sir to be the one that landed below the other. Even the instructor released his weapon for the new struggle. And this way it's kind of stir, unfortunately. But that's because I don't know that broadsword fighting. Which is on me, unfortunately. But it is what it is, right? Okay. The instructor released his weapon footage now. In the end, neither landed on top of the other. The two were tangled as they both hit the ground, but both were equally afraid of the other. Once the earth hit Deja's shoulder, she pushed her hand under her to get under her to get her into a more upright position so that she could claim an advantage. Her arm screamed at her to stop. Her arm screamed at her to stop. But she pressed on with her arm screamed at her to stop. Fire running through her veins. basically taking the count as of the last time I manually did it, and has it stored in a thing, and then when it automatically is supposed to do it the hour after, it's just doing the stored version and it's not creating the new count, even though there is already a new count, which is kind of weird. I can do though. Duplicate. Let's go over to do that. See if that updates it. Oh wow, we are like really close to 50K. Nice. Okay, so I feel like I can start wrapping up the story now. Or wrapping up this book now. The story is gonna go on for a while. Okay, instead of allowing yourself a moment of rest, Asia, once upright, lurched her body onto Sir Evert's. However, since he was already doing the same thing to her, her momentum did not last at all. Her momentum did not last at all. Finally, her body gave out. And she felt herself. Herself stuck under his manly weight. No. She found herself stuck under his knees, as he knelt onto her sternum. Concede. He demanded of her. Breath coming out in pants. Was coming out in pants. She could feel sweat beading her forehead. Mostly from the effort. Mostly from the effort. The soil wasn't loose enough for her to use it offensively. She knew logically but she was can't type. But she was not about to conceive. But she was not about to conceive. And I don't. She has her cusps there. Sly grin on her face. That makes me feel good. Easy, but Deja managed. To shrug as she laid on the ground. Fights her to the death. If I'm not convinced, Kelly, we'll never know. That was what's happening. This was giving her plenty of time to catch her breath. That's fleeting. Again, knees were on her. Even use my hands to kill someone. The man said with an eerie quiet, did you know? I don't. The man said this with an eerie quiet as he just started coughing. In the unexpected pain that crushed the man was bestowing on her as he began So I think that's a good... Oh wait, it's 3 o'clock already. Got an hour and a half to go, guys. Let me just refresh something real quick. See what we're up to in YouTube. Still 91? Alright. Okay. Alright, so now we're at chapter 50. Chapter 50. Alright, now let's see. My brain is just trying to figure out. Yeah, I am doing the back and forth, so I'm debating if I want to keep with Deja, because Deja stuff is kind of momentumous right now, right? Although we're kind of like that, but we will wait in the chapter when we talk to her again. Yeah, I think now it's time to go back to Nick and Farah. Alright, so. Nick and Farah have ridden through the entire night. Through the entire night, stopping only when necessary. Stopping only when necessary, and had made it through to the morning without needing to stop or veer away from fire. And ridden through the entire night, stopping only when necessary to refill their water. Allow for relief. And made it through morning without they stop or veer away from there. There was only one moment when the smell of ash was wafted to them in the air. They rode hard along the creek. Keep away. Daybreak. Weary but not willing to rest for fear of fire. Daybreak had come and gone. Daybreak had the terror weary but not willing to rest for fear of fire. Kept moving along the creek. Oh, that's right, Farah, what did you eat? Excuse me. Nick called. Should western reaches. They should be Canadian mountains or the grasslands soon. And how they're traveling. Still, there wasn't even any hints of foot traffic coming through the area. In an hour and 15 minutes. She shrugged with a laugh. Who knows? It's possible. I might have thought the western portions of the forest were already scorched. They sent us rest. Just said maybe. He just said maybe. Gently guiding Shillelagh. I love the name. Shillelagh. Gently guiding Shillelagh to a stop and trusting Nick's horse to stop. And in her seat to regard her traveling companion. Indeed, the brunette man was dozing off. His eyes weren't fully closed, but they were certainly unfocused. He wasn't even reacting to the fact that his horse had stopped. She offered changing the agreement that they gave each other last night. Not to stop. Let's take a rest break. Not to stop the last. They were out in the forest. That stirred the man slightly. His body jolting up, as if he just realized he had been dozing. Rest break. He repeated, his words blurry. Yes. Oh, I'm actually. Do I want to do that then? Yeah, I'm expecting here. Elsewhere in the city. Light voice spoke in near darkness. Gather a message. I just wrote. Alright, so back down here to chapter 50. It stirred the man slightly, his body jolting up as if he had realized he had been dozing off. A rest break. He did. His words were cleary. Yes. Continue going at this pace. It will be dangerous when sniffed air. I don't smell fire now. We should. She slept first. She wasn't sure if he would be able to stay. It was up to her to watch first. There is an ad coming in about 5 minutes, just a heads up for y'all. There, voice call from Black and shoulders pressing against the bark of the tree she had been posing against. Typing's getting sloppy, guys. Whew, good thing we're lasting till 4:30, so we got about an hour left. Oh yay. Yay-ish. Yes. Fair adjusted weight, push pillars, pressing. Alright, y'all. Mic test. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to writing. Okay, we have just under an hour. I'm fairly certain we are over 50,000 words. So we are going to start actually wrapping up the story. So that's exciting. I'll have to go into my browser, but I'll be good. I'll be good. Alright. So where were we? Nick shook his head to answer all of her questions. I woke up because those people woke me up, he answered, pointed toward a group of people standing just outside of where Farrah could see. Group of people? Who? She sat up and followed Nick's arm to a small contingent of about 10 people of various ages, standing on the other side of the creek and looking at him, and now at her. Sec. Ooh, excuse me. With only hints of black or brown among their outfits. Their hair is wild and untamed. Their hair is wild and untamed. As if they let it go. These observations. Hello, she greeted again. She greeted in return, trying to shake the weariness out of her voice as she spoke. You know what? Let's do it. You are from the Aino tribe? A few of the members nodded their head. The Aino tribe was similar to the Sarogi tribe. That they held no stake in wanting to spread among the wood forest. They just wanted to keep to themselves. Wanted to spread among the forest. They had no how do I phrase this? That they had no animosity of other tribes. However, on the Sarogi, practiced medicine. The Aino were simply isolationists. Isolationists prefer not to be near the other tribes, whether to assist or fight. Prefer not to have dealings with other tribes, whether to assist or fight. It was often that someone stumbled across members of this tribe as their entire policy was to stay as hidden as possible. Why they chose the bright colors, why they chose to wear the bright colors, Farrah wasn't sure. Maybe it had something to do so good at hiding. Another thing that was notable about the Sarogi was that they allowed nature to do what nature was going to do. If someone got sick, they would cure the person. If winds took away their hiding spot, they would fight the winds, fight the winds, fight the winds. They would find a new spot, just find a new spot to hide. Their hair. There was no. I don't say hygiene. I really don't feel like brushing your hair is hygiene. And like the hair, there was no sense of. There's no sense of body care. And like their hair represented, like their hair fair represented. There's no sense of body. Sarah could guess why they were now being spotted on. Sarah could guess why they're now being spotted. But she was more curious. Sarah could guess why they're now being spotted, having likely been displaced due to the fires. What she wanted to know was why they were healing. Of the Aldarian tribe, and this is Nick of the Sarogi tribe. She introduced them. You are from the Iona tribe? May I ask? She started to speak slowly and surely. It's not a matter. It's a matter of what you can do for us. One of the elderly women said, her voice clearly audible, despite how far from that. He'll go with it and figure it out later. Word count, yo! Voice clearly another member of the tribe, a man with red hair. We are, Nick answered. Ugh, I did it again. It's fine. Well, hopefully it'll be fixed next time. And next time will be tomorrow. We'll talk about that later in about 30 minutes. We are, Nick answered. We came to look for some comrades of hers. Motioned to... Oh, Derek. Okay. Oh. So yeah, I kind of created a loop with that. But that's fine. That's fine. I'll just cut it out and just do the manual, whatever. Maybe put it on a timer. It's fine. We are, Nick answered. We came to look for some comments of hers. Motion to the fair. but they do not appear to want to be found. And since the fires are growing, we're following the stream out of the forest. A few of the Iono panel members nodded their approval. Not as much. A woman with olive skin. Would you like to travel with us? To travel with us? At least until the danger has passed. Nick looked. Ooh, my eyes are staying still. Nick looked back at Sarah, who shrugged. The Iono tribe would be no danger. And if they did run into someone, she could protect them at least. And if they did run into someone hostile, the numbers would be an advantage. And her ability to fight off at least one hostile person could come in handy for them. For the group overall. If everyone got sick, maybe they would allow the commoners to hunt. Let's see. She answered confirmingly. We'll have to go with you. She answered them. Alright, that was chapter 50. Now to chapter 51. Alrighty. Back to Deja. Out here, let's see. She sat in her bed, wearing nothing but a bed gown. Her chambermaid, whose name I forgot, her chambermaid just tisked and collected the woman's soiled clothing from earlier in the day. You put on the knight armor. She chided her. But you did not know how to use the knight armor. You used it yourself. I did. Tisha reluctantly looked to be agreed. I should have just stuck. She took the loss. She realized the king was entirely incorrect. While his movements in the battle the woman found herself impressed the Foreseen knights were able to move so fluently, so easily in the heavy plate armor. Even after wearing it for as long as they did. So easily in the heavy plate, even after wearing it for as long as they did. Today was the longest period she had ever donned such armor, and was surprised at how quickly trying to fight with it on after several hours of wearing it. Sapped her strength. Previous matches against Esha, she had just put it on moments before the match, so she had walking around or other menial tasks that were done before the battle to sap her strength. I think I said the same thing twice, but that's fine. He knew about the body in order to force a concession from her in the sparring match. She knew that if she got punched in the sternum, it would daze her. It could daze her. But she did not know how bad it could get if the pressure was high enough. That would be useful. the chambermaid will enter and open the door to exit. However, instead of exiting, he let out a small squeal. Surprise. Oh, it's you. I shall be on my way. Then she disappeared as she left the room. He watched curiously what Deja watched what was happening at the door curiously. He surprised the chambermaid. Was it Sir Everett? The phone, maybe? Instead of any of those three, a woman with long black hair, split into two braids, shuffled up a tall, thin woman. A tall, thin woman, long black hair, split into two braids, shuffled into the room, her hands clasped, not collapsed, clasped in front of her. Her eyes seemed closed at first, but as Deja watched, she could tell the woman's eyes were only half opened. Once the woman caught Deja in her gaze, she did not look away. There you are, the Foreseen asked. Straightening her posture as best she could from within her plush bed. My name is, I want to say Mystique. Mystique's not going to cut it though. Vita? Fitra. Oh, I like Fitra. The F. My name is Fitra. The woman answered, her expression changing ever so slightly into an amused smile. My name is Fitra. And you are the Foreseen. You will unite the land. Save us all from darkness. I have been asked to ensure that anything you learn while in Francia will not be used to aid in astute. The woman praised. Astute, the woman praised. Observe and make the determination. Aisha watched. The bed was large. Still didn't like how this woman had made herself at home on the other side of it. If you want, did the woman just, oh man, that's doing that again. So yeah, I think when I set it up, I said it was going to break it. Looks like I didn't break it. But I'll do the actual word count in a couple minutes. I'm pretty sure we're over 50,000. How Deja was feeling about this? as much as the warrior wanted to tell the woman to get off of her bed, she needed to get this done. To get this done as another step toward earning the king's trust after from toward earning the trust. She might not have won the match with Sir Everett, but at least she started. Yeah, with clients. Patient acted hostile, then the woman's interpretations may be wrong. Or the woman just might simply have a negative impression of Deja and blatantly misrepresent. Below it is actually updated. So that means but yeah, let's go ahead and just like officially trigger it. So 1 sec. 52,000 words, y'all. We got about 10,000 words written today, so that was pretty nice. Plus, I was kind of distracted for parts of the day, so that's awesome too. I did get no new followers today on Twitch, but let me check YouTubes. Alright, and just one new follower on the YouTubes. So unless I get new followers in the next 8 minutes, we're going to go ahead and just assume that we're going to be done in the next 8 minutes. So we're just going to go ahead and do the spiels. So, just a quick reminder, I do stream for charity. All revenue, so ads, bits, subs, yada yada yada, they go directly to charity. They don't go to me. Well, they do go to me, but then I forward it to charity. But that's why I don't ask for donations directly, because if you give me donations, people who are in charge of processing it takes a cut, and then what I end up giving to charity will have that cut taken out, and then, you know, their processing system will also take a cut. So that's annoying, right? So donate directly to charity. babydj.org is the website. But all the revenue that I get from these streams, so the subs and the ads and all that stuff, does get donated in early December, which is why I encourage you, if you can, stick around and work for at least the ad revenue, that is perfectly acceptable. And that's kind of why I push toward more, viewers, and more viewers more so than like subs. Those subs are nice too. But yeah, that's why I do what I do. We are now at 42,000 words. Sorry, 52,000 words, which means we have hit my goal for this month. I honestly was not sure if we would hit it based off of the interruptions that I've had throughout the month. So kudos to me, yay! But I will keep streaming. Well, there's just today and tomorrow left, right? So I will stream tomorrow for a couple of hours in the afternoon. Sometime after lunch, up until 6-ish. Yeah. We'll say till 5-ish. At 5, because I do have to chop for soups. So I'll stream sometime tomorrow between whenever and 5, probably 2 and 5. It might be 2:30 or 3. You know how I am. Love you guys. Love you appreciating me. So we got that. Sunday, I don't think we have any plans, so I may stream also in the afternoon. But basically what we're going to be doing in the afternoon, or the rest of the story, is literally just trying to wrap it up. And I know me so well that if I don't wrap it up during November, it probably won't get wrapped up until I don't know when. So we shall see about that. I really do enjoy this story. I do kind of want it to be like continued. I can see it probably being some sort of serialized thing. But that requires editing, and that's something that I am terrible at. So not worried terribly much about that. Let's see. Just trying to see what else. So today I've been keeping an eye on the metrics. We didn't hit 5 concurrent viewers across platforms. We had, we'd have 3 on one and 1 on another, and then it would flip for 3 on another and 1 on one, and it was just back and forth. We have had more than 5 viewers, so that's nice, but we didn't have 5 consecutive viewers, unfortunately, so we never got to the half-page mark, which is disappointing, but that's fine. I know that this is a smaller stream than most others, so I'm not terribly upset about this. And let's look at these goals. I probably got a little too ambitious. I mean, the reading out loud the stream of all of the stories so far, considering it's 50 chapters. Well, at the time I wrote it was about 20 chapters, but that's a lot. So I'm not mad at the $100 element. Let's see. I'm just literally talking just to not about to leave early. Also, just double checking like follower counts and things like that as I'm talking to, just in case there are those last minute things. I talked about the babydj.org. By the way, when I donate, it's going to be in early December, so probably around the 7th to the 10th to allow Twitch time to make sure the numbers are updated. And I will post the receipts basically in a Discord in Discord and Instagram. I think next year I'm going to try to incentivize donations. I can't, without reaching out to them directly, get their PayPal link. Plus, they also have Venmo, so that wouldn't work either. I think I'm going to just do a, post your receipt, redact all your personal information. But if you post your receipt of your donation in Discord and tag me, I will count that towards some sort of goal and yada yada yada. But yeah, there's that. What are we at for current revenue? I usually update that after the stream, but I can take a look to see where we're at now. Okay, it still says 67. Maybe it won't update till... Oh, we're at 73 now. I refurbished. So 73 cents is nice. We're getting closer to $1. Oh. I don't do it on stream because it interrupts the, it takes over the window. Let's see what else. So let's see, 5 viewers, 10 viewers. Yeah, we didn't quite get there. That's fine. I'm not too terribly surprised. You gotta work with what you can, right? Again, maybe I got a little ambitious with that, so maybe I should have done 3 and 5 or something. We did hit 5 viewers a few times throughout this month, so but never 10. I might, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. So 3 viewers and 5 viewers, save. There. Hey, we're at 3 viewers right now. I know it's literally just a minute left, but why not? Pause the stream and read what's on the page. I also know the page is a little bit blurry. I probably could do with figuring out more about how to fix that, but at the same time, it's either that and that size or it gets smaller, so those are just some hero elements, I guess. Let's see, we got 1 more minute to go. Goals, I updated those. November goals for every $10 earned. I literally have none of the character info cards up. I put them up on a couple of them up on Instagram, but none of them are up here. And that kind of promotion didn't really work last time I tried to do something like that either, so I might need to figure out a different way to do that. Because I like the character info cards, I just thought it was going to be more of a draw than it actually is. Every 10 subs, the Foreseen Rough Draft chapter added to Ko-fi for free download. I really like that thought too. I probably should have specified what kind of subs though. Because Twitch subs versus YouTube subs are totally different beasts, and there's everything coming. It's 4:30. Alright, so it is now 4:30. I'm going to stay for 5 minutes. And I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up now. Actually wrap it up. So y'all, I will be back tomorrow after, sometime after 1, after I have my lunch and take my time to drink my tea. And then I will stream until about 5-ish. And then Sunday I'll stream sometime in the afternoon as well. But after that, in December, it'll probably just be like a Sunday stream where I stream just like some gacha game story, or not Sunday, Saturday I'll just stream some gacha game stuff and maybe end the stream or start the stream with a pool or something. But that is that, and okay. But yeah, so for YouTube viewers, you can go ahead and stop watching. I appreciate you stopping by and working. For Twitch viewers, I am going to run through an ad at the end of the stream, now that the stream has ended. Please stick around to watch all of it, again, for the ad revenue for Baby DJ, and I will see you all next time.